born in old St. Louis. By the age of 4, Dad knew he was the best little crack shot the West had ever seen. By the time he reached pubescence, he could outshoot all the adolescents west of Durango and north of Abilene. Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, famous gunslinging deputy. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, frontier hero to be. Then one day young Freddy Pharkas stared at eyes as black and dark as night, the eyes of an outlaw well known throughout the West. Oh, the tough kid's name was Kenny, and he outdrew Freddy Pharkas when he shot Freddy's ear off to prove who was the best. Now our hero Freddy Pharkas, with wounded pride and earless carcass, vowed to the heavens to give up gunnery. He'd be better off, he reckoned, with a lifelong dream that always beckoned pencils, not pistols, and pharmacology. Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, highest score on his SAT. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, 5-year college degree. After Fred matriculated, got his PhD and graduated, moved out to Coarsegold and bought a pharmacy. Now he's a real prescription writer, and they don't know he's an ex-gunfighter. Locked up his memories, repressed them totally. But his peaceful new survival soon was shot to hell upon arrival of Coarsegold schoolmarm, the sweet Penelope. She has captured Fred's affection, but he's scared he'll get a huge rejection. Can't bear to tell her just what he used to be. Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, frontier pharmacist bourgeoisie. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas, hairless, earless, and free.
Freddy Pharkas? You was asking about Freddy Pharkas? The man what saved Coarsegold, only nobody knowed it was him? Why, just hop up here on old Whitland Willie's lap and I'll tell you all about it. Ow, Karin, sarn it, a bit more to the right. That's got it. Sit right there. Oh no, thank you. Now, if I remembers this right, it's been quite a few years. My brain's getting a mad rusty. Oh, that's right. It all started when Freddy went to open up the pharmacy one day, way back in the spring of 1888, as I recall.
Once the heart of a thriving business district, there's not much left of beautiful downtown Coarsegold now. Mom's front porch is almost as large as her rear entry. Many an early morning customer of yours has spent the night sleeping on these well-stained boards. Apparently, Mom's jumping on the comedy club bandwagon. The sign reads, "Come in soon. Open megaphone night. Take your best shot. You'll die laughing." You are surprised to see Billy, the town handyman, boarding up the Dirty Sheet Hotel. Billy, the town handyman and jack of all trades, is boarding up yet another Coarsegold business, the Dirty Sheet Hotel, the finest hostelry in all of eastern Madera County. Okay, so maybe it was only the best after that other hotel was shut down, but in its day, the Dirty Sheet was really something.
Say, Billy, when did the old Dirty Sheet fold?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Pharkas. Why, just yesterday, it was a surprise to me, too. Nobody told me nothing about it until they gave me these boards.
Coarsegold's main street was once the center of a thriving metropolis, driven by the tons of gold found hereabouts. Now it's only a shadow of its former self. Mercantile Street leads away into the distance. Chester Field runs one of Coarsegold's few remaining shops. Inside you'll find anything you want, if you don't want anything. The town post office was one of the first victims to the city's demise. It's been closed for years. The sign says, O'Hanahan's Barber Shop. This is one of the eastern legs of Main Street. This is Sheriff Check P. Shift's jail and armory. The sheriff does a mighty fine job of infiltrating the criminal element in town. In fact, he is the foremost criminal element in town. The Tall and Thin Shop. The owner narrowly escaped with his life once when he was discovered short-changing customers. The sign says P.P.'s Playhouse, or it used to anyway. Now it looks more like P.P.'s Dlayhouse. It's Dominic, one of your part-time Native American employees. He works under the professional name Runnin' Gag. The union told you that you had to have a cigar store-style Indian out in front when you opened your pharmacy. But since there were lots of out-of-work real Indians in the neighborhood, you decided it would be politically correct to hire them.
Please don't take my cigars, Freddy. This is how I make tips. Standing out in front of the store doesn't really do much to guarantee me a secure retirement.
Morning, Dominic.
Morning, Freddy.
What's new?
Let's see. I finished reading A Century of Dishonor last night. Quite impressive. That Helen Hunt Jackson really knows how to evoke an image of the white man's treachery. Do you know how many treaties your people have signed and then broken in the past 20 years alone?
Excuse me, I heard someone calling me or something.
The sign says Pharkas Pharmacy. This must be the place. The pharmacy door is locked. This ain't Mayberry, partner.
Score!
You unlock the door. Ta-da! 500 points. You're halfway through the game. Taking a serious look at yourself, you decide you like what you see. This is a deluxe shelving unit featuring polished mahogany inlays, filigreed end caps, extra-wide mid-height shelf, and no-skid recessed legs. Shelving units for Freddy Pharkas provided by Crate and Whiskey Keg. Your diploma from the University of Hicksville School of Apothecary Sciences and other good guesses. The old alma mater. What memories. The top shelf is where you keep all the newest, most scientifically advanced medications safe from shoplifters. Dr. Winterhalter's Magnetic Effluvium Tonic. Professor Munson's Deep Wound Iodine Salt Bomb. A little goes a long way. And Chaz Burke-Squire, Ph.D.'s Effervescent Enema Granules. This is your pharmacy, where you work, hence the name Pharkas' Pharmacy. You thought an iced cream stand would attract customers. Mostly it attracts cockroaches, especially now that the iced cream deliveries have stopped. This door leads to your back office, laboratory, and the stairs to the second floor.
Frederick!
Why, Miss Prim, you sure are looking purty today.
Now, Frederick, you may call me Penelope if you please. After all, I think we're to that point in our relationship.
She must be talking about the hayride you both went on last month. Or the square dance you both went to last week. Or the cow-tipping expedition you both went on last night.
Well then, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company this fine morning?
Oh, this isn't a social call, I'm afraid. I have this rather important prescription Doc Gillespie gave me. I was hoping you could fill it as soon as possible.
My pleasure, Penelope.
It's Penelope, the love of your life, right here in your very own pharmacy. And she's as beautiful as the day she stepped off the stage.
I sure have been having a swell time with you these past few weeks, Penelope.
Why, thank you, Frederick. I have too.
I do believe I have a growing affection for you.
That's sweet of you, Frederick. I think you're very cute. For a pharmacist, that is. Considering you've only got one ear. And you're scrawnier than the other men in town.
She thinks I'm cute. She really thinks I'm cute.
Why, the poor dear. She must be suffering from the vapors, those injurious exhalations produced within the body creating feelings of hypochondria and depression. Her prescription is in Doc's usual scrawl and smells of whiskey, so you know it's authentic. That's your laboratory, where you concoct and bottle your formulas. You study Penelope's prescription and prepare to carefully fill it. You wouldn't want to make a mistake with her medicine. You carefully label the container, Miss Penelope Prim, for internal use only. And what internals they are, you dream about them day and night.
Thank you, Frederick. This looks perfect. You are a scholar and a gentleman.
Aw, shucks. I'm just a poor pharmacist trying to please my favorite customer. Will I see you again soon?
I think that can be arranged, Frederick. See you soon.
I'll be waiting. So long now, Penelope.
Unfortunately, you were so taken with Penelope's angelic presence that you forgot to charge her the 19 cents she owed you.
Good day, Freddy. Freddy Pharkas.
Well, good day to you, Ms. Back. What can I do for you today?
Well, Freddy Pharkas, Doc Gillespie, that no-good gin-soaked saw no lush, wrote me this damn prescription that'll probably cost me an arm and a leg. Here, take it. The rot gut from that old wino doctor is making my new ensemble stink to high heaven, I want to tell you.
This is Helen Back, proprietor of Mom's Cafe.
To get good food in Coarsegold, you have to go to Hell and Back. So, how's the restaurant business?
Shoot, don't ask.
Okay, sorry.
I swear my delicate constitution ain't up to the heat and the flies this year. Hop Sing's spending more time swatting flies than he is in the kitchen. He hardly has time to wash his hands. Of course, we ain't getting nothing delivered on time anymore 'cause of the train. We gotta get our produce by Pony Express, and it ain't too pretty once it gets here.
Pony Express, when it positively, absolutely has to be there by the Industrial Revolution.
But I don't want to complain. Just get my prescription filled, will you? There's a lad.
Helen Back's prescription is barely legible due to all the whiskey spots, but you eventually decipher it. You study Helen Back's prescription and prepare to carefully fill it. You toss it into the waste receptacle. Carefully label the container, Mrs. Helen Back. Take 3 times daily just before meals.
Score! That's better, Freddy Pharkas.
That'll be 22 cents, Miss Back.
Y'all just put it on my tab. I don't have it with me right now.
Freddy, Cherie, just slide that handsome pharmacist butt on over here. I got something I need from you.
Morning, Sadie. What have you got?
Well, I got a prescription here I need filled. Something that'll increase my womanly powers, if you know what I mean. Be a dear and fill it for me right away, won't you? I simply can't wait to try it out.
Your wish is my command, madam.
You take the prescription from the madam. What a busy morning. You haven't had to fill this many prescriptions since Custer's troop stayed at the Dirty Sheet Hotel. It's Madam Sadie Overy, proprietor of Ye Old Ore House, and your closest friend and confidant. In fact, she knows everything about you.
How's business, Sadie?
Oh, it has its ins and outs. Oh my, I do make a good funny now and then, don't I?
Yes, Sadie, you sure do.
This prescription is impossible to read. That's what happens when Doc writes a prescription through bleary, whiskey-soaked eyeballs.
Excuse me, Sadie. I've got to run out for a bit. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay, Freddy, but hurry back.
Sam Andreas owns and runs the Golden Balls Saloon. He's smart, savvy, and generous to a fault.
Well, if it ain't Sam Andreas, the bartender's bartender.
If it's not, I'm having a severe identity crisis.
How the heck are you?
Tolerably well. Yourself?
Can't complain. Pharmacy business seems to be pretty good lately.
Well, the pharmacy business has always been a little too interesting for me to hear about, so, don't be a stranger.
It's Neville Shute, the piano player. He's doing the best he can. It's Barbara Mandrill and the Bobettes, stars of stage, screen, and barnyard. Three mean-looking hombres sit up close to the stage. Upon closer examination, you see that they're drinking wine spritzers. Maybe they're not so mean after all. This is the Wheel of Fortune table. Guess the right number and Sam will tell you your fortune. Looks like somebody scratched, and badly too. This looks suspiciously like a door. A beautiful mural from the starving artists of Oxnard. They used to hold sales a couple of times a year over in the lobby of the Dirty Sheet Hotel. This roulette table is for casino night. It's old Doc Dizzy Gillespie. He's been drinking again. Must be office hours. It's Doc's whiskey glass, mostly empty right now. You pick up the whiskey glass. Now you can see this prescription the way Doc wrote it.
Doc! Hey, Doc!
Huh? What's that?
Are you drunk again?
Me? Drunk? Never. I'm as sober as the day I was plowed off my ass. I mean, the day I was born.
You thrust the prescription and the whiskey glass under Doc's nose.
Hey, Doc, this says testosterate. You really want to prescribe this to a woman?
Testosterate? No, I suppose that would be a poor choice. Let's see. This was for Sadie Ovary, right? I must have meant something else. Let me fix it. Ooh. Hey, there you go. Take this back to your pharmacy and have fun.
Thanks, Doc.
Don't come crying to me, George Bailey. I'm going to swear out a warrant for your arrest. Score!
How?
Yeah.
Time for you shift over. Oh, please. You've been reading too many dime novels. Stop talking like that.
Just trying to please the tourist, Herb.
Sure, tourist. Whatever. See you later. I'm going to go soak my corns.
My people call it maize.
Jeez.
It's Pete, one of your part-time employees. Pete used to work for a lawn jockey company, but he was fired after puberty when he grew too tall for the business. He's insecure, but he's a good worker.
How goes it, Pete?
Just fine, Mr. Pharkas, just fine. Sure is a nice day today.
Yes, Pete, it's beautiful out.
I was wondering if it might be possible for me to knock off a little early today.
Something in particular going on?
Well, it's just such a nice day. I thought I'd spend a little quality time with the buffalo. Maybe take 'em to Yosemite, let 'em run around and do some grazing. You know, the usual.
I suppose that'd be okay. Sure, you can leave early. Just watch out for poachers now.
That's a funny one, Mr. Pharkas. I'll be sure to do that. Poachers. Like anyone would want to do that to buffalo. Very funny. What's the matter? Did I do something wrong?
No, Pete. I was just picking a hair off your outfit.
Oh yes, my buffalo is shedding again. Happens every spring. You should see my teepee.
I'm back, Sadie. Sorry for the delay. I just had to check out a few things.
Perfectly okay, Freddy, hon. I was just admiring the way you display your goods.
Look who's talking.
You study Doc's corrections to Madame Overy's prescription and prepare to carefully fill it. You carefully label the container Madame Overy.
Why, merci, Freddy dear.
That's gonna be 22 cents, Sadie, but for you, I'll make it 19.
What do you say we just sorta take it out in trade? I'm a mite short this week.
Well...
Why, thank you, Freddy. Ooh, you sweet potato pie. I'll catch you tonight, maybe, huh? Au revoir.
Hey, Farkas! My butt's killing me!
He does know how to make an entrance, doesn't he?
Sorry to hear that, Smithy.
Yeah, so give me some of that preparation G.
It's Smithy the blacksmith, owner of Smithy's Blacksmith, and a darn clever fella. He seems to be in pain.
Why not your usual six-pack of liniment, Smithy?
Well, Mr. Farkas, I'm a-fixin' to take a long ride. I'm a-gonna leave town. The sheriff shut me down for operating without a smithy license or whatever the hell that is. So I sold that lousy property off to that cheapsnake of a banker P.H. Balance down at the bank of Bob. And good riddance, says I.
I'll be sorry to see you go, Smithy.
Yeah, well, this town's a-going to hell in a hand-me-down anyway. Something's wrong with them horses out there. They's putting up a storm. Can't hardly take the smell. I was like to pass out around there.
It's a tube of Preparation G, the Wells Fargo wagon driver's friend for over half a decade. You pick up a tube of Preparation G in the handy 25-ounce crabby elephant size.
Score! That'll be 15 cents, Smithy, but I don't suppose you can pay me.
Are you saying I can't pay my bills fair and square, Farkas? Well, here, I'm gonna settle up tabs with you anyway, since I'm leaving town. Here's what I owe you.
Smithy pays you his tab. A whole $4.87. Holy moly, a windfall. You're rich. Well, kinda, sorta.
And if you takes my advice, you'll get out of this town, Farkas. Sheriff's closing people up right and left. Something stinks. And I mean them horses, 'cause they're farting up a storm, I'm a-telling you. I was like to pass out. Somebody must have put something in their feed. I don't know what, but I tell you, don't go striking no matches out there. Good luck to you, Farkas. You was always one of the good ones.
Good luck to you, Smithy. Your strong back and gruff but good-hearted demeanor will be sorely missed.
But you was a strangin'.
Fire inspection. I'm here to check out your fire safety per the new town regulations. Oh, look here. It's a good thing I came, Farkas. I'm gonna have to shut this place up tighter than a pissant scrotum.
But, Sheriff, how could you? What's the charge? I haven't done anything wrong.
Fire hazard, my boy. Fire hazard. Why, this building's a terrible fire hazard. Looks to me like this whole damn building's made out of wood.
But, Sheriff, every building in this town is constructed of wood.
I don't know nothing about that, son. Tough luck, Farkas. From now on, just keep the front door locked.
But what am I supposed to do, Sheriff? This is my livelihood.
If an I was you, I'd talk to the bank. Good day.
So Freddy was forced to shut down the old pharmacy again his will. But he vowed to keep the place up, knowing that someday he'd be opening it up again. Problem being, the sheriff, an ornery cuss if there ever was one, was doing this all over town. The hotel, the playhouse, the smithy, the tall and thin shop, closing them all down on some flimsy pretext. There was no telling who was going to be next. Who'd put the sheriff up to it? And what was happening with the horses, for crying out loud? It were a mystery, says I.
This is one of the eastern legs of Main Street. Somebody's poor horse seems to be dispelling huge quantities of a noxious methane compound. Coarsegold's Main Street was once the center of a thriving metropolis, driven by the tons of gold found hereabouts. Now it's only a shadow of its former self. Mercantile Street leads away into the distance. Once the heart of a thriving business district, there's not much left of beautiful downtown Coarsegold now. Mom's Cafe must have good food. All the stagecoaches stop there. It's Mom's Cafe, owned by Helen Back, the surliest mom in the West. Helen Back, a.k.a. Mom, loves to decorate her dining room with fresh-cut flowers. But since there are no flowers in Coarsegold, she makes do with these sprouted collard green tops. This is a bottle of Mom's home-pressed apple cider. Mom is merciless to those poor apples. As she turns the press, she screams, "Die, you suckers, die!" Rumor has it that Helen Back keeps the heads of her 3 dead husbands somewhere behind the Melmac plates and dishes in that china cabinet. Charlotte Roos, one of the local gossips, is stuffing her face with dessert. A sponge cake and whipped cream monstrosity. It makes your arteries seize up just looking at her. It's Sarah Hartburn, the director of the local community theater. She's doing some power clatching, massacring several cheese Danish, numerous cups of cappuccino, and 3 or 4 reputations. Homey red and white striped spotless tablecloths cover Mom's tables. It's Penelope. Just look at the way she sits at that table and eats and talks. Isn't she simply dreamy?
My sweetheart!
Helen Back, proprietor of Mom's Cafe, is better known as Mom.
If she was my mom, I'd run away from home. Hello, Mrs. Roos. That sure is a lovely dessert you're wearing today. Howdy, Sarah. Any big productions planned this season?
She ignores you. Apparently she doesn't like to be interrupted in mid-slander.
Penelope, be careful. For some reason, the horses in town are expelling huge quantities of gas. It's not safe outside.
My hero. I'll just stay inside until it's safe. Thank you, Freddy. You may have just saved my life. I suppose I'll have to find a way to repay your kindness, if that's all right with you.
Why, sure. I mean, wow, hot dog, Penelope. I mean, sounds good. Mom, you'd better keep everyone inside till I can get this horse flatulence thing straightened out.
Not that it's any of your business, but I'll be keeping my customers in here as long as I can. Of course, if they just keep ordering weak tea and you wanna biscuits, I'll toss their butts into the street. Can't make any money selling tea and frickin' biscuits.
It's Hopalong Singh, Helen's faithful cook from the Far East. He used to work as a professional chef for a chain of Ponderosa restaurants. P&W corn, firm, crisp kernels that look as good coming out as they do going in. It's an old empty can of P&W beans, the firm, crisp beans that smell as savory on the way out as they do on the way in.
Hey, Mom, would you mind if I took this empty can?
If you must, I suppose there's more where that came from. In fact, I insist you take it. Get it out of here. I'm sick of the sight of it. Score! Damn flies! This place is like a stable. Sam, don't let anyone go out on the street till I give you the say-so. The town's being smothered in horse gas. I don't know how it's happened, but I'm gonna do something afore we all choke to death.
Yes, I thought somebody burnt some popcorn or something. Silent but deadly for sure. But don't worry about my customers, Fred. They're not going anywhere.
Doc, what do you recommend for extreme flatulence?
Raw vegetables, Venus, and pizza usually do the trick for me. Blech.
This small yard opens up to Bluff Street on the north side. The south side faces the back end of the saloon and Mom's Cafe. The hotel flanks the east side, and the old abandoned synagogue lies to the west. The sign says simply, Rooms, referring to the Dirty Sheet Hotel. The blue sign is advertising large, clean rooms daily and weekly. No wonder the Dirty Sheet Hotel closed. They advertised the competition. Hung crookedly on the side of the hotel is an advertisement for Atticus's Bathhouse, a local institution that didn't last a year. Folks in Coarsegold have traditionally been fiercely proud of how unwashed they are. Somebody posted a flyer here trying to convince the town council to bring co-ed rodeo to the Sanjokin Valley. A colorful poster for Nun-style beer hangs on the back of Mom's Cafe. Nun-style beer, pure brewed in God's country, now in redeemable bottles. Hopalong Sings in the kitchen cooking up a storm, or something equally inedible. Dad Gum's traveling medicine show wagon sits nearby, awaiting the return of Dad Gum and the start of the traveling medicine show season. There are a few assorted old trunks sitting on top of Dad Gum's wagon. Some old empty half-kegs are sitting outside the saloon. There's an ice pick stuck into a barrel here. Score! You pull the ice pick out of the barrel and gingerly place it in your pocket. Just don't bend over suddenly or you'll circumcise yourself. Of course, that won't be any skin off your nose. It's Barbara Mandrill and the Bobettes, stars of stage, screen, and barnyard. Once, Coarsegold's brave pioneer settlers predicted Main Street would rival the Champs-Élysées, Van Ness Boulevard, or Broadway. Now it rivals the Oregon Trail and is about as smooth. A length of leather bridle hangs on the smithy's door. You take the leather strap. Smithy won't be needing it now, wherever he is.
Too bad about that, you know. Guess Freddy's constitution couldn't handle the noxious fumes that was expectorating through town. Seems to me a man with his education should have known what to do about a simple bit of flatulence. But hey, I'm just a simple, whittling, sort of storytelling, entertaining kind of guy. And that's my story for now. Now get along into bed. It's past your bedtime.
A length of leather bridle hangs on the smithy's door.
Score!
You take the leather strap. Smithy won't be needing it now, wherever he is. Smithy's once proud forge is cold and dark. Digging through Smithy's formerly white-hot forge, you find an unused hunk of charcoal which you decide may well be of use to you, so you keep it. With all the precision of a serial killer, you deftly poke some holes in the tin can with the ice pick. Ha! Having accomplished your immediate desire, and in the process hopelessly dulling the ice pick, you exhibit absolutely no regard for this barren piece of locality laughingly called the environment by brazenly tossing the ice pick away. You're such a consumer.
Score!
You slip the leather strap through the holes in the tin can. They fit perfectly. Congrats! You always wanted a tin feed bag.
Score!
You drop the charcoal into the tin can. Now we're getting somewhere.
Score!
You take a few deep breaths from the gas mask, clearing your head and enabling you to go on a while longer. Chester Field runs one of Coarsegold's few remaining shops. Inside you'll find anything you want, if you don't want anything. The door swings open. From the back you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
Taking a serious look at yourself, you decide you like what you see. Many's the day you'd find Willie, Chester, Smithy, and a few others in here, all with their feet up on this old pot-bellied stove, playing checkers, whittling, and expectorating. They stopped doing that after the backs of their ankles got too crispy. This coffee grinder from the 1883 Shears catalog makes two big cranks they've got in this store. This is a brand that used to be popular. The heavily stocked back counter runs along the eastern wall of the general store. A paper bag lies there. It's Whittlin' Willie. He's been here ever since you got to Coarsegold, and he hasn't aged a day. He's always been about 140 years old. He spins a mean yarn, and somehow he always seems to know what people did even when he wasn't in the room.
Hey there, Willie.
That's Whittlin' Willie to you, son. Respect your elders.
Sorry.
Forget about it. Just get out of here. I'm Whittlin'.
Considering that there's nothing for sale here, you wonder why Chester even bothers keeping these brown paper sacks around.
Score!
You take a complimentary paper bag. You're beginning to feel a little lightheaded. Better use your gas mask. You take a few deep breaths from the gas mask, clearing your head and enabling you to go on a while longer. A really terrifically disgusting idea. Unfortunately, the horse's tail momentarily blocks your access. A really terrifically disgusting idea. Unfortunately, the horse's tail momentarily blocks your access. In what may well be the most revolting idea you've ever had, you hold the brown paper sack up to the horse's anal sphincter and wait. With a reverberating the horse responds, inflating your bag with a foul sample of gas. You quickly twist the bag shut to lock in freshness. You're beginning to feel a little lightheaded. Better use your gas mask. You take a few deep breaths from the gas mask, clearing your head and enabling you to go on a while longer. Wow, some of Dad Gum's magic elixir. This stuff can be used to cure a wide variety of conditions, the foremost being sobriety. Score! You surreptitiously swipe the elixir, looking around to see if anybody's watching. Fortunately, nobody is. You fill the alcohol lamp with Dad Gum's alcoholic elixir. The alcohol lamp must be burning before you can use the gaseous spectroscope on it. Good idea, Freddy. The spectrum lines on that etched glass viewer reveal volumes to those who know how to read. Score! You toss it into the waste receptacle. You carefully label the jar aminophilic citrate. Congratulations, you've just created your first batch of Pharkas's deflatulizer.
So after a while, most folks in town plumb passed out from the noxious fumes. Them that didn't get kilt by the aroma got kilt when some idiot struck a flint. Anyways, it was a painless way to go, even if it were kinda nauseating. And Freddy, well, at least he didn't have to reckon with his secret past anymore. Now, if Freddy'd just thunk a little bit faster and a little bit smarter, things might have turned out a mite different. Now, how about another story? Or do you want to hear this one again?
You carefully label the jar aminophilic citrate. Congratulations, you've just created your first batch of Pharkas's deflatulizer. You carefully pour the deflatulizer into the horse's water trough. The horses greedily lap up the delish and nutrish medicated trough water.
Seeing as how his home-brewed patootie sealant done the trick on these horses, Freddy ran round and dumped the stuff into all the horse troughs in town. It weren't long before the folks of Coarsegold was all breathing a sigh of relief. Freddy tossed away his homemade gas mask. Kind of a shame, too, since he could have made a purty penny off the patent rights. Life returned to normal, for a short spell, any hooch, until one lazy day when one of the local inbreds came a-running up with the latest calamity.
Board up your windows and doors. Lock up the women and children. Run for the border, Louise. There's a stampede a-coming. A stampede! Hurry up, Freddy. You only got a week and a half before they get here.
A week and a half?
They's snails!
Snails? Snails?
Good heavens! This is the worst thing to happen to Coarsegold since the great hail of clams back in '83.
Now get!
Poor fella. It doesn't pay to pick a fight with Sam Andreas. You'd like to help him, but he is full of shards of glass, and you hate the sight of blood. There's no use talking to him. He's out cold. That was a close one. Considering the condition of this old bridge, you may only have about 3 crossings left. It's the old bridge. The only thing that keeps this bridge out of the river's mouth is polygrip. But that's the piece that holds together the entire bridge. Well, actually, it's not, but you were really scared there for a second, huh? You weren't? These snails are the leading edge of a stampede of imported French escargot recently escaped from a haughty San Francisco restaurant being chased by a posse of snooty San Francisco chefs. They appear to stretch to the horizon, and they're heading straight for town. If you don't do something soon to prevent them, they'll slime the entire city. Oh no, you've taken too long. You'll never turn those snails back now.
Now, it wasn't as if Freddy didn't have enough time to stop them snails, but somehow he screwed it up but good. The snails ran over Coarsegold and slimed it to kingdom come. Those of us that wasn't killed had to leave town without bringing anything with us. I was one of the ones that didn't make it. That's right, Sonny. You're talking to a ghost. Boo!
Hopsing, how'd you put up those no-pest strips yet?
Sorry, Mom. They're on order.
Mom! Hey, Mom!
Just let me guess. You only have one cavity, am I right?
Huh? No. I wanted to know if you have any salt. There's a stampede of snails a-coming, and I mean to stop 'em.
I don't know anything about no stampede. Unless they're stopping here to eat, I don't even care. As for salt, you know we're a salt-free community. That's why everyone's so, laid back. Low blood pressure, and we aim to keep it that way, son.
Dang. Well, what could I use?
Well, beer works for me. I just spread a little of it out along the back porch, and them little buggers just follow it right off.
Geez, Mom. Thanks.
Now get your ass out of here. Hopsing, how'd you put up those no-pest strips yet?
Sorry, Mom. They're on order.
Sam, there's a stampede headed for town. Don't go outside.
We're open 24 hours a day, Fred. I never go outside. Besides, the sun dries out my beautiful skin.
I'm just saying, you know, for your own safety.
Oh, right. Tell you what, I'll stay in here and serve drinks and collect money. You run around outside like a chicken with your head cut off and save the town. Okay? Okay.
Doc, what do you know about snails?
They make me sick to my stomach. Yuck.
Pardon? They make you what?
Sick.
That'll be quite enough of that, Doc. We're not plugging any shaving cream companies in this game.
Hey, Sam, give me a case of the beer you just got in from St. Louis.
1 case of lowbrow for the pharmacist, coming right up.
Sam hands you a case of lowbrow, the beer that gave St. Louis blues.
Now, you know that this beer doesn't come corked, right? They're using some newfangled pinched metal tops.
No problem, Sam. I'll take care of it.
All right, fine. That'll be $4.87.
Here you go.
Nice bankroll. Come back anytime.
This is the west end of Bluff Street, which runs parallel to Main Street. Collier Bluff sweeps across the north side of the street here. Beyond it stretches the great painted desert, but you can't get there from here. In fact, you can't get there from anywhere. The door to the outhouse is the only part they got right. The rest of it is a real half-assed job. High in the sky stands the town gallows. Ernest and Julio Gallows brand lynching equipment. We will hang no man before his time. Reboot Hill isn't very creepy. The Coarsegold Founding Fathers Cemetery Committee couldn't afford creepy. But creepy costs extra. This is the Reverend Cy Hallelujah's church. Nobody's going in or out. What with everyone leaving town, the Reverend seems to have lost his following. Yep, he's been deflocked. You can't look through the keyhole. It's blocked. A stagecoach converted to a hearse is mired in the mud here, minus one wheel. Once this was a one-hearse town. Now it's a no-hearse town. One of Hyman Untertaker's coffins is lying in disrepair off near Reboot Hill. It looks like a Cedar Model No. 7. Eternal slumber and no moths. A squeaky old sheep weather vane turns gently on top of Reverend Hallelujah's house. Perhaps he's trying to get people to join his flock. The windmill turns steadily in the arid Coarsegold trade winds. There seems to be something in the lock. You wisely reconsider your idea of pushing on the stained glass to see if it's still in good shape. Score! You take the key to the church. One of the few remaining townspeople wanders around trying to find a decent opera house that's still open. You grab a couple of snails from the front of the pack while imagining the aroma of warm, drawn butter. With muscles bulging from years of grappling with child-proof caps, you deftly wield the church key and wrench the tops from all the beer bottles. Score!
Hey, boys, it's Miller time!
And with that, you cleverly pour bottle after bottle of Sam Andreas's St. Louis brew into the dusty road in an attempt to divert the stampede. Will it work? Will the snails fall for your ruse? Will they accept a domestic? Slurping their little hearts out, if snails may be said to slurp, or to have hearts for that matter, the little guys follow your lead straight over to the cliff beside Blackwater Creek. Isn't that cute? They're so gullible. Don't they look just like little lemmings marching over that cliff? Look out, Freddy. Injuns! No, wait. This one's an Indian. A real Indian. From India. He sits atop an anthill surrounded by swarms of ants looking trapped. You feel sorry for him. If there were only some way you could help him.
Hello, stranger. I haven't seen you around these parts before. I know it's none of my business, but why are you sitting on top of an active anthill in the heat of this semi-desert sun?
Oh, my formal fellow, I am but a weary traveler from a land far, far away, journeying here peacefully merely to experience the curative powers of your local mineral waters. The other members of my stagecoach party, claiming a frustration with my excessive verbosity and sesquipedalian inclinations, forcefully placed me in my current sitting position on this lovely feature of your landscape, knowing full well that because of religious reasons, I would be unable to climb down by myself.
How cruel those Yosemite-bound tourists are. My name is Freddy Pharkas. I own the local pharmacy here in Coarsegold.
How do you do, Mr. Pharkas? My name is Srini Lalkaka Pagnish. Pardon me if I don't get up.
I've been considering taking on a loyal Indian sidekick. I'm seeking a new assistant down at the pharmacy. Would you be considering a relocation to this area? You know, Coarsegold offers extremely reasonable housing costs and an abundance of sunny weather, and is close to schools and churches.
Well, no, not really. But yes, perhaps I would be willing, but as you can readily see, I'm quite busy at this current moment.
Have you considered climbing down and walking away?
I cannot possibly do that. Life is sacred. If I were to move, I should indubitably injure some of these small six-legged life forms. I'm sure someone will come along soon to the aid of me.
I'll see what I can do, Srini. May I help you down?
While I appreciate your offer of help, I must remain here. I simply cannot harm an ant, and I can presently ascertain no effective means of dismounting this anthill without hurting another living creature.
The local insect population has been thriving, what with all the dry weather Coarsegold's been having lately. This is one of the smaller ant hills around the town.
Helen, have you ever thought of putting escargot on the menu?
Huh. Don't know who around here will eat these since they don't give you gas, but I'll put them in a bag of cornstarch and think about it. And I suppose thank you is in order, so thank you. Score! Freddy Pharkas, look what you all brought in with you. What's next? Honestly, I swan.
It's a ladder propped up against the slide so the kids can play. The ladder, held in place by a couple of old loose screws, easily comes away from the slide. You somehow cram it into your pocket along with the rest of the junk you're carrying. Way to go, Freddy. Wrecked the little kids' playground equipment. If only they knew how good and true your heart is.
Score!
The ladder might assist my situation. However, I am not in positioning to maneuver it thusly to facilitate escapage.
I've got it, Srini. I know how I can help you. Here you go, partner. Hoof your way across this.
Score! Oh, my balance sense is stretching now.
You made it!
Oh, thank you, Mr. P. You saved me.
Please don't call me that.
Thank you again, Mr. F. I am so much grateful.
Oh? Grateful enough to accept the assistant's position I mentioned earlier? I could really use some help around the shop.
I would be honored. Where do I begin?
So Freddy headed on back to the pharmacy, followed by the eternally grateful Srini Lakaka Bagnish. Seems like Freddy not only found himself a new assistant at the pharmacy, but also a good friend as well.
So as my assistant, I want you to help me around the store. Clean up, you know, the usual chores.
Oh, I would be highly gratuitous of your bending over to display me such a position. Would you be offering as well a form of payment?
I'll pay you 10 cents a day and all the Rustler's Stove chocolates you can eat.
That is an agreement.
Excellent. What was your name again?
Srini Lakaka Bagnish. But you may call me Srini, and I will be calling you Freddy. Okay?
Okay, now let's get cracking, Srini. I'd like you to go out there and create some nice displays for the skin lotions. We may be closed temporarily, but we'll be opening sooner or later, and we've got to be ready.
What it is, Freddy. I will be getting on that now.
Your faithful Indian companion, Srini, is hard at work preparing your store for its grand reopening. Someday soon, you hope.
Srini!
Dude!
Everything going okay in here?
What is it looking like? I am having everything under control. You have merely to go to be a hero and I will continue holding up the fort.
Thanks. Mind the store, won't you, Srini? I'm off to uphold justice and stuff.
Okie dokie.
This is the corner of Main and Education Street. The assay office and the schoolhouse are on the west and east sides of the street respectively. Clutter prevents your passage to the south. It's the old abandoned assay office, once owned by a subsidiary of the old abandoned mine company. Before the mine shut down, this is where you got your nuggets appraised. Now you have to go to Madam's for that. This is the old red schoolhouse, one of the few buildings that still seems solid and safe. Holy cow, you've never seen such a long line at the outhouse.
Something's rotten in the state of Coarsegold's bowels.
The outhouse has a signature half-moon cutout. This one appears to be practicing the jitterbug. How long can she wait? Not long if she keeps bouncing like that. He's really gotta go. Don't talk to him, he's concentrating. She can't hear you over the mighty roar of her lower gastrointestinal tract.
Say, do any of you guys know how to Madison?
Nobody's laughing. This tank stores the whole town's drinking water supply. There's a spigot at the base of the water tower. You turn the faucet on and water gushes out. You carefully fill one of your empty beer bottles with water from the tower. You turn the faucet off. You take a swig of the water from the water tower. Uh-oh. Your stomach starts to make strange sounds. Your small intestine begins to whine. Your lower intestine starts complaining loudly.
Hey, buddy, no cutting. It's people like you that give people like you a bad name.
Well, howdy, Mr. Pharkas. I was just leaving, I swear. Give me one more minute.
Perfectly okay, Billy. No need to get up. Just scoot over a little.
Well, Jeez, Mr. Pharkas. Invade my personal space, why don't you?
A few moments later, you emerge feeling refreshed.
Gee, that water's got a nasty kick to it.
Reboot Hill isn't very creepy. The Coarsegold Founding Fathers Cemetery Committee couldn't afford creepy. But creepy costs extra. Looks like your dear friend Philip has passed on. Gee, it seems like only a day or two ago you filled a prescription for him. Uh-oh.
Hey, Doug, you big lug. How's it going?
Doug shrugs.
Sam, anything unusual going on?
Yes, well, a lot of my customers have headed off to the outhouse to wash their hands, or so they say.
That can't be so odd.
Well, usually they just wash their hands against the side of the building. Must be a number 2 kind of a thing.
Hey, Doc, don't you think you ought to sober up? There's a lot of sick people in this town and they need your attention.
Attempting to simulate their condition. But this whiskey is slow acting. It may take a while before I reach their level of discomfort.
Flies in the summer, snow fleas in the winter. God, but I miss Missouri.
Mom, where are all your customers?
Danged if I know. They all jumped up at more or less the same time and ran to the outhouse. It's not my fault, though. They hadn't even ate yet. Just had a glass of water and bam, they're gone. If you tell anyone about it, you're dead meat on the hook, boy.
That sounds fair.
This is Sheriff Checkham P. Shift's jail and armory. The sheriff does a mighty fine job of infiltrating the criminal element in town. In fact, he is the foremost criminal element in town. It's the Honorable Sheriff Checkham P. Shift trying to invent coffee and donuts.
Sheriff, I know you couldn't care less, but folks around town are having some sort of mysterious stomach ailment.
Well, guess the water in these parts is done gone sour. Ain't no surprise, really. It were bound to happen sooner or later. I figure those that don't die from the dysentery will just have to pull up stakes and find somewhere where the water's sweet.
I don't think that's it at all. I think somebody poisoned the water. If you were any kind of sheriff, you'd look into it.
Like you know anything about being a sheriff. Besides, I know the water ain't poison. I had some myself a while ago.
You return.
Yep.
It is good to look upon your eternally smiling countenance of face again.
Yeah, I've missed you too.
chemical warms slowly over the alcohol lamp. Now it's getting pretty hot. Good thing your calluses are thick. Chemical rapidly reaches a full rolling boil. You quickly lick your fingers and pinch out the alcohol lamp's flame. You carefully label the bottle bisalicylate antitoxidine. Congratulations. Be careful, this stuff is mighty concentrated.
Mind the store, won't you, Srini? I'm off to uphold justice and stuff.
Okie the dokie.
Ah, a child is playing by the side of the bridge. How delightful.
Morning, son. Why, I can remember playing right by this very bridge when I was your age.
What a liar you are. You were born in old St. Louis.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I listened to the prologue like everybody else. In fact, I can't get the darn thing out of my head. I've been hearing it in my sleep. Thanks loads. A few buzzards have landed here, waiting for some unfortunate life form to become vulture chow. Cedric the owl looks lost and out of place in the hot desert sun. If you listen close, you can almost hear him say, "Freddy, if you're going to go in there, I'm going to wait out here." He always has some flimsy excuse. You've cleverly used the ladder as a bridge between the rocks and the anthill, allowing Srini to escape without crushing any ants. And you got some points, too. Smithy left behind a coil of rope.
Score!
You take the rope. Now that Smithy's closed up shop, he won't be missing it. You grab the ladder. Remembering your father's advice about never using the topmost rungs of a ladder, you stop just short of the ladder top. A short, strong metal pole projects from the roof of the water tank. With a few quick movements, you make an authentic Western lasso out of the rope. It's like falling off a log. Once you learn how, you never forget. Score! You snare the tower top. The crowd eats it up.
Who's the schmuck with the rope?
Be careful you don't put an eye out.
Score!
As you reach the top of the water tower, the crowd cheers.
Thank God, it's Freddy!
We're number one! We're number one!
What are you going to do now, Freddy?
I'm going to Sierra Land!
Boing! That one hit a 9.0 on the free plug-o-meter. There's a small hatch on top of the water tank. There's a small hatch on top of the water tank. You carefully pour the purification solution into the town's water supply. Excellent job.
It weren't more than a few hours before the folks of Coarsegold was feeling a whole heck of a lot better. Their bowels were all settled down and happy. Freddy knew he could relax now. Everything was calm and peaceful. But round about midnight, that very same night, trouble struck again. Freddy was in his own bed, sound asleep, when...
Fire! Fire, Freddy Pharkas! Please come urgently!
What's wrong, Srini?
A tragedy is becoming. The assay office is aflame. She is burning with a might more severe. The pharmacy may be next alighted. Get dressed as soon as possible.
I am dressed. I don't own pajamas.
Take mine. No, wait. There is not time to perform such an effort. Just hurry and scheme in such a way so as to extinguish the most threatening fire.
Mind the store, won't you, Srini? I'm off to uphold justice and stuff.
Okie the dokie.
A gigantic pile of 50-pound sacks of baking soda fills the sidewalk in front of your store, nearly blocking the entrance. The baking soda is the famous Leg and Hammer brand, named for the famous international industrialist. His slogan, keep one sack in the smokehouse and another in the stable to help keep it clean and fresh smelling. Summoning up superhuman strength, you heft the huge pile of baking soda. Then, with a horrible wrenching, tearing sound, you cram the sacks of baking soda into your pants pocket. The old abandoned assay office is ablaze, threatening to burn down not only itself and your pharmacy, but the whole town. It's the old abandoned assay office, once owned by a subsidiary of the old abandoned mine company. It's burning merrily, which is a source of some concern to you since your pharmacy is right next door. Did somebody purposefully torch it? Wasn't this a no-burn day? It's a long plank firmly attached to some sort of axle, allowing one side to pivot upwards while the other side descends. When kids play on it, one of them teeters at the top and the other totters at the bottom. Say, you've got an idea for what you could call this thing.
A kiddie polt.
It's a short plank on two ropes hung from a tree. Another high-tech children's amusement device.
Yep, Freddy fell down, went boom. It were a sad day. We found him all squished and not really living anymore. Course, we had our own problems to deal with all of a sudden like. That's about when the town of Coarsegold ceased to exist, as we'd done known it. But that's another story, boys and girls. I gots to be alone with my thoughts for a while. So, 'cause Freddy couldn't think of a way to put out the fire, all of Coarsegold was in ashes by the next morning. The loss of life was tremendous, but somewhere, somebody was sure happy about it, 'cause before you knew it, well, that's another story, boys and girls. So that's how Freddy's brilliant career done come to a screeching halt. He sank into the swamp and was never seen again. A shame, too, 'cause the rest of us were kind of planning on being in the sequel. That ain't one of my better stories, anywho. Say, did I ever tell you the story about old King Graham? It seems there was this evil wizard, and he got Graham into just a peck of trouble.
What pluck! What prowess! What a ridiculous solution. Still, you thought of it. You single-handedly quenched the flames of the assay office by using the seesaw as a catapult for the baking soda. Too bad nobody was here to see it. They'll never believe you in the morning.
The boss is more than a little upset. Seems that our friend has been thwarting every plan so far.
Yep, something's gotta be done about it.
Absolutely. Now, let's get down to business. What is the best way to get rid of our little problem permanently?
How about hanging?
Oh, too quick and merciless. Poison?
Nah, too unsure. Ancient Egyptian dagger.
I can't find mine. Got one on you?
Not at the moment. It don't matter how we do it, so long as we do it soon. And we don't want no proof it was us, neither. And nothing to connect it with the boss.
Excellent thought. And the boss has arranged for a bit of muscle to come in and make sure the entire town's cleaned out PDQ. We'll be rid of that do-gooder and all his flea-bitten friends in no time.
Laughing cruelly, they sit back to reflect on their villainy. Here, on the other side of the tracks, in the baddest part of town, stands Madam Sadie Overy's ye old ore house, a gazebo, and a lot of foxtail scrub and brush, or scrub brush, as Madam's fond of calling it. You can also see parts of Main Street off in the distance. It's P.H. Balance, the town banker, relaxing on the brothel porch with a good cigar. The thought of him conversing with one of Madam's nubile young professionals is enough to make you swear off banking forever. Sheriff Chicken P. Shift is sitting on Madam's front porch smoking cigars with P.H. Balance, the village banker. A hint of coal oil drifts through the night air from him. The thought of shift and balance messing around with Madam's working girls makes you thankful you don't participate in any disease-trading activities. Madam had this gazebo built as part of her real old-fashioned romance special, which cost an additional $1.25. It was never used. Coarsegold is filled with unromantic cheapskates. You can't see into the brothel from out here, but Madam does cater to peeping toms, and at a slight discount. A stack of naughty French postcards sits on the coffee table in order to titillate some of the less forward customers.
Score!
You snatch the French postcards.
Howdy, Miss Virtue. You sure are a vision of loveliness.
Thank you ever so much, Freddy. And you, sir, are a study in buff.
What does that mean?
Just that you're the manliest prescription-filling man I did ever see.
Oh, thank you. Howdy, Chastity.
Howdy to you, you big old sloppy hunk of manly macho woman-loving man.
Laying it on a little thick tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, business is slow, but I gotta keep in practice.
Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha.
Translation: How much do you charge anyway? Translation: I'm sheep at twice the price.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Translation: Sounds like a deal. Translation: Yes, I cost next to mutton. There's a handsome silver tea set on the coffee table. It stands out, since it's just about the only thing in the room that isn't plush red velvet. Why, it's a lovely painting of Fred and Ginger. You know, Fred Mertz and Ginger Grant, that hot new minstrel team. That's Purity. She's 99 and 44/100% impure, but she still floats.
Evening, Purity.
Evening, Freddy, darling. Has Madam still got you under lock and key, or you gonna let us get a hold of you one of these days, big boy?
I'm afraid I'm all hers, for the time being.
Well, if you ever change your mind, honey, you know where to find us.
And when, and how often, and for how much.
Hey, Mon Amour, it's about time you showed up, ready to take my pharmacy bill out in trade.
Sure.
Then get over here before I have to come get you, little pumpkin. Freddy, I think you should leave.
Why, Sadie? Just because I'm using you for cheap, tawdry pleasure when my heart belongs to Penelope Prim, the gorgeous, young, obviously more virtuous new town schoolmarm?
What? Who?
Oh, nothing. Never mind. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying I think you should leave. Leave town, that is. There's... Oh, it's so tragic. Freddy, there's just no easy way to say this. The girls say the sheriff and the banker talk in their sleep. They hate you, Freddy. They want you dead. They're out to get you. Something about you foiling the plan and how they had to get you out of the way. You have to run, Freddy. You have to get out of town by sundown.
Now, don't you worry, Sadie. I've been doing a pretty good job up till now. Using just my wits and my pharmacological knowledge, haven't I? I'm not gonna just turn tail and run and leave you and Penelope and Coarsegold behind me to fend for yourselves.
You're not listening to me, Freddy Pharkas. There's man a-comin'. Man with guns. Big guns. Guns with long barrels. Long, hard barrels. Long, hard, steely barrels. And low-slung holsters and... Oh, sorry.
Sadie, snap out of it!
Oh, sorry. I was just visualizing. Anyway, you'll never be able to outthink men with guns. If you're set on staying in town, you'll have to, go back to your old ways.
That's out of the question. I left gunslinging behind me years ago. I'm not like that anymore, and I don't want to discuss it.
Stop it. You gotta choose, and that's all there is to it, hon. Either leave town and save your hide, or pull yourself together and face reality. Quit talking about potions and liniments. They're not gonna stop no bullets. It's time to get off of your cute little butt and give these men a taste of frontier justice. Now, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I don't know. Hold me, Sadie. Press me to your ample bosom, and let me decide tomorrow.
You got it, hon.
Now, let's see, where was I? Oh, that's right. Madame Aubrey begged and pleaded with Freddy to either leave town or take up his old gunslinging ways, something which Freddy was just a mag reluctant to consider. So they decided to sleep on it, and though they didn't get much sleep, Freddy did mull it over somewhat. The next morning, he decided to... Maybe I better... Wait, maybe I better... Never mind. Just go on.
Penelope, Coarsegold, Madame Aubrey. I know I've got to get out of this town before they gun me down, but I can't. Coarsegold's my home, and darn it to heck, I'm not gonna let some cheap criminals run me out of my home. Oh, Sadie's right. I've got to be the man I once was. I've got to dredge up my ugly past, meet it square in the face, stare it down, pick it up, dust it off, fluff it up, and put it on again.
It's your seamy, pasture-pedic, 100% rawhide-filled mattress. You bumped into it at a sidewalk sale and fractured your shin. They let you take it home, which was cheaper than paying to have your leg fixed. A small picture of your mother, rest her soul. If only she could have lived to see you now, an ex-gun-slinging pharmacist in Coarsegold, California. He'd have had a heart attack and died. While browsing at a second-hand store, you were struck by this particularly sturdy reading lamp. The result was a mild concussion. The guy who'd accidentally dropped it out of the second-story window was very apologetic and, rather than pay for the skull surgery, offered to let you take the lamp home with you. While window shopping in Chowchilla, your eye fell on this plain but serviceable nightstand. They got your eye back in, but the owner didn't want to touch the nightstand anymore, and he let you keep it. It's a key. Hot dog, now we're getting somewhere. Score! You take the key.
Hot dog, now we're getting somewhere.
You ran across this desk chair outside the general store. In so doing, you tripped and knocked out 2 teeth. You threatened to sue the owner, but he placated you by giving you this fine chair to keep. You stumbled onto this big old dresser at a moving sale and broke your toe. So rather than pay to have your toe fixed, the owner let you keep the dresser. In fact, you get all your furniture by accident. Your grooming aids. Swedish leather lysebianoid scalpicide, Santa Fe ear hair revitalizer, and old Mr. Smathers' preferred gum pinkener. Your authentic moose skin rug looks very attractive with those eyeglasses on it. It would have been a mite less lumpy if somebody had remembered to skin the moose first. Some buxom lady's portrait. Notice how the painting seems to follow you around the room. And I don't mean her eyes. This is the cozy little back room of your pharmacy where you do your heavy thinking. In other words, you don't spend much time here. It's a picture of some nearby big rock. It's a lamp, and a bodaciously ugly one at that. Why, it's your old roll-top desk. What happened to that roll you recently left on top of it? You must have eaten it. The desktop's locked. Damn this crude desktop interface. You unlock the desktop. It's an interesting drawer. You wonder if it's made any famous sketches. The drawer's locked. You unlock the desk drawer. It's an old letter, cobwebbed, yellowed, and faded. Score! You take the letter out of the drawer. You received this letter a few years back from your recently dearly departed friend, Phil Graves.
Dear Freddy, thank you so very kindly for your gracious hospitality during my recent convalescence. The floor of your workroom proved a comfortable bed, and the stale pharmacy goods you fed me staved off starvation, quite adequately. I must admit to being a little curious of your request that I retain your safety deposit key for you. I cannot imagine what you have secured in that bank vault that could create such strong feelings of both revulsion and endearment. However, I have done as you asked and taken your key with me. I vow to you I will never return this key to you, nor even allow it within your sight. I further swear to keep it with me wherever I go. On this you have my word of honor, for I am ever your friend, Philip D. Graves.
Srini, who let you in?
Your most gracious Native American, Running Gag, permitted me egress from the outside of the street. It was then that I allowed him to knock himself off for the remainder of the day, since we are still closed.
That's fine, Srini. Look, I've reached a decision. My life is in danger. Aw, heck, the whole town's in danger. I must take up gunslinging, and I'll need your help.
Pardon us for being said, Freddy Pharkas, but you are a humble pharmacist. Shooting as most perfectionally as a gunslinger is a skill requiring most years of tireless practice. You are ill-equipped. Perhaps you should make peace with your chosen deity and prepare to go to the great pharmacy counter in the sky.
Srini, you'll have to trust me on this. I used to be a gunslinger before I took up pharmacology. If I did it before, I can do it again. It shouldn't take long to brush up my skills. I've just got to find my guns and do a little practice shooting.
Very well, Freddy Pharkas. When you are prepared, meet me at the edge of town, and together we shall practice what little must be left of your shooting skills. Yes?
Mind the store, won't you, Srini? I'm off to uphold justice and stuff.
Okie dokie.
That's just another bit of authentic Western scenery. That's Gluteus Maximilian and his horse, who appears to be wearing one of those hilarious whoopee saddles. They call him Gluteus because he's the butt of every practical joke in town. Those flies are really enjoying that byproduct. There's a recently filled grave in Reboot Hill. Looks like your dear friend Philip has passed on. Gee, it seems like only a day or two ago you filled a prescription for him. Uh-oh. That's a Shears craftsperson graveyard quality shovel standing in the dirt. Glancing furtively around to see if Doug's within sight, you grab his shovel. You start to dig up the freshly laid grave. Muscles that haven't been used in years begin to groan and whine. But with the gritty determination of a professional grave robber, you toil on, and on, and on. It's an open grave. Even a world-weary, seen-it-all pharmacist like yourself, one who deals with cold sores, headaches, and diarrhea on a daily basis, still can't shake that uneasy feeling one gets when standing close to death. You carefully search through the many pockets of Graves' $3 suit until you discover the safe deposit box key you entrusted to Phil oh so many years ago. Score! In a touching display of emotion and a hidden desire to carry a little less around with you, you fold up Philip's letter and place it under his folded hands.
I guess this makes Phil a correspondence corpse.
You begin the arduous task of replacing the heaping mound of dirt one shovelful at a time, over and over and over. Here stands the only bank in town, the First Bank of Bob. The founder must have had a hard time coming up with an original name for his establishment. There's a register here for new customers. If they sign in, they'll get all the usual brochures prompting them to take advantage of the Bank of Bob's home equity loans and other really smart investments. It's a velvet mural that depicts the driving of the Golden Spike as performed by a toreador and a couple of children with really big, sad eyes. A masterful portrait of P.H. Balance's father, Bacillus Ophiclid Balance, or Bob for short. It's got a little plaque. Apparently it doesn't have time to brush between meals. Phineas H. Balance has cleverly situated a newfangled box camera up in the corner to photograph customers. Only trouble is, most customers don't stand in place for 15 minutes. It's P.H. Balance's clock, eternally set to 3:57 so that he can hustle people out of the bank with a, "We're closing in 5 minutes." One of the local plants has been pulled up and potted. It's Phineas's file cabinet. The vault door is 2 solid feet of case-hardened high-carbon balsa wood, painted gray to look metallic and fool would-be bank robbers. Sitting behind the counter is P.H. Balance, current owner and operator of the Bank of Bob.
He's a bore and a lice-infested jerk.
Come again? Did you say something, Pharkas?
I said you were more than just a nice, respected clerk.
Oh, that's very different. Say, it was too bad about your pharmacy being shut down. Must be hard to lose a business so sudden-like. We here at the Bank of Bob sympathize.
You hand the safe deposit box key to pH Balance.
It'll be ready Tuesday. Oh, I mean, allow me to fetch your safe deposit box for you immediately.
It's your safe deposit box. You haven't even looked in this box for, what, 10 years now? Ever since you moved to Coarsegold. You'd forgotten. You used your old lucky neckerchief to wrap those pistols in. These are your 2 gunslinger pistols. Left over from your salad days. You know, those days when you were still green.
Score!
You lovingly lift your pistols from the box where they've spent the past decade.
Score!
You take your lucky neckerchief out of the safe deposit box. Now you're really beginning to feel lucky.
Wait a minute. The last time I wore this was when Kenny shot off my ear back in St. Louis.
Well, okay, so maybe it's not that lucky a neckerchief.
I'm all done now.
Thank you for using the Bank of Bob.
Your old pistols, looking somewhat tarnished after so many years in storage, are probably still quite serviceable. Those flies are really enjoying that byproduct.
Score!
You bravely, stupidly grab the steaming, fly-laden horse plop. Fortunately, it seems to be holding together well as you place it in your pocket. It's one of those newfangled old Missa coffee machines. Helen sets it out every other day for free coffee.
Maggots crawling through the door and flies circling the ceiling. Hooey, what's this town coming to? Score!
Mom offers free coffee to her regular customers. You're as regular as anyone. 11 a.m. every morning, you head straight for the outhouse, so as usual, you pour yourself a steaming hot cup of joe.
Mom, there was a fire last night that almost burned down the whole town.
Don't y'all think I saw that for myself on the way to work this morning? Honestly.
Fortunately, I was able to put the fire out with a little baking soda.
So that's the stench I've been smelling. What an inconsiderate clod you can be. That burnt baking soda smell is simply nauseating. It's no wonder I got no customers today.
I thought I was doing the town a favor.
Well, next time you think a little harder. Damn flies! This place is like a stable. Look what you've done! Freddy Pharkas, I'll see you run out of town for this! Hop sing, hop to it! Get out here and clean up this mess! Damn these flies!
Oh, you're in big water now.
Score!
How tempting. Fresh apple pie still warm from Mom's oven. Why, it's as American as Mom's apple pie.
Score!
Good move, Freddy. Dropping one steaming hot pie to get another. It ain't going. The child appears perfectly happy with her lot in life. Of course, what child wouldn't be happy to be dirty? That's the jail cell, where Sheriff Checkham Chicken Pea Shift tosses the bad guys. With the town's population dwindling, there haven't been many occupants lately. The sheriff hung his hat and long coat on the rack. This is where the sheriff keeps his trade journals. It's an old register clock. Those are the sheriff's 6 guns. Actually, they're revolvers and rifles, but there are 6 of them. That's an old trunk dated back to the 1870s. Actually, in that case, it's pretty new. Some of the sheriff's law and order books. Pent Up House, Letters to Pent Up House, Pent Up House Pets, Pent Up House Forum, Female Convicts in Bondage, Babes in Bars, and Debbie Does Cell Block D. It's the Honorable Sheriff Checkham P. Shift trying to invent coffee and donuts.
Sheriff, I'm going to be saying my goodbyes soon, and I just wanted to thank you for all your help.
Don't mention it, boy. If I could do anything to make your departure more hasty or pleasant, feel free to ask.
Say, Sheriff, I know how much a law enforcement person like yourself enjoys a good hot cup of coffee every now and then.
Thanks, partner. But you know what? Something sweet would sure taste good right now.
Why, I bet that's true. I'll be glad to try and find you something to munch on. But in the meantime, I've been thinking about moving to another city. But I've got no bullets. I was wondering if you have any bullets that would fit an old .45.
Why, sure, son. Here, have a box of these Remingtons. No charge. They're on the county.
Here you go, Sheriff Shift. I found some of Mom's nice hot apple pie for you. I know how much a law-enforcing person like yourself enjoys sweet, fatty breakfasts.
Well, thank you. I've been so hungry, I could have ate a bar. This'll sure go good with that cup of coffee you brung me earlier.
Sheriff, do you have anything I could use to clean these old guns of mine before I leave town? They're mighty dirty, and I want to be prepared for my long journey.
Okay, son, but this gun cleaning kit'll be the last thing I give you. Now, get your guns clean, get your horse packed, and get your ass out of my town.
With the sheriff's cleaning kit, you lovingly clean and polish your old pistols till they're like new. Good thing you removed all that nasty rust from your barrel. Damn thing could have exploded right in your face.
Score!
You slip the bullets in the chamber as the old memories come rushing back. And a few featuring you and your first cousin out behind the barn when you were both curious 8-year-olds. Srini's waiting for you to start your target practice.
Well, Straney, I think I'm ready to try some target shooting. You ready?
Certainly. I am without a desire to wait any further to stand in front of your blazing guns and take my life in your hands to help you perfect your shooting.
How do you want to start?
Perhaps it would be besting if you place some targets upon the fence posts for a commencement. Okie dokie, Freddy Pharkas. First we shall see if you can successfully strike the bottles from afar with the bullets of your pistol. Then I will toss the bottles up in the air and you may try to hit them in flight. Good luck and may the best man win. Very good, Freddy Pharkas. Let us try some quick drawing. Just make sure you hit the target and not me. Score! I'm uploading myself inside. Now for the big challenge. 6 bottles all at once. Say, Freddy Pharkas, you are not so bad after all at this shooting gig.
Why, thanks, Straney. My life and the lives of every man, woman, and ruminant in this town depend on my being quick with a gun.
Did you not mention earlier that your life is in danger most forthcoming?
Something like that.
Might I then suggest that you might be excellent to placing a disguise upon your person, thereby making it to appearances that Freddy Pharkas has no longer around in this locality.
Good thinking, Straney. I'll need a disguise of some sort, something that will strike terror into the hearts of the bad guys. I know, a bat. I'll disguise myself as a bat, and you can be Straney, the boy wonder. You have any leotards?
Pardon me for asserting, but this bat thing is really hokey.
Ah, you're right. Too juvenile. Let's see. How about...
Might I suggest a skin-tight costume with flowing cape and placed upon the manly chest thereof a large F for Pharkas?
Nah, that'd never work. I don't want people to know I'm Freddy, remember?
Then perhaps you are needing to do something about that right ear. Or, rather, the lack of that right ear.
Dang it, you're right. Everyone knows me as the one-eared pharmacist. I need to make a new one somehow. Maybe forge one out of metal or something. I'll give it some thought and meet you back at the pharmacy once I've completed my disguise.
Candles in the church foyer are glowing with a holy light.
Score!
You would never dream of stealing a candle from a church, but they wouldn't miss one of those puddles of candle wax. The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
Hiya, Whittlin' Willie.
How'd the gunslinging go?
Great. I'm getting ready to leave town now.
Drop the leaving town bit, Sonny. I know what you're up to. This is my story, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Now finish putting that disguise together and get to it so we can get this town cleaned up once and for all.
Hey, you don't have to tell me twice.
Score!
Willie, I'm in need of a way to disguise my ear. Do you think you could do something creative with this? Something in the shape of an ear, perhaps?
Offhand, I'd say do it your dang self. My nap time's coming up shortly. I've had a hard day of whittling. But you could maybe do some lost wax casting with this sucker, and that'd do the trick.
Lost what?
Lost wax casting, son. What'd you do, sleep your way through metal shop?
I guess I must have. What's lost wax casting?
That's casting with an apostrophe, sonny, not an ing. Anyhow, you can make all sorts of things by making a wax positive, using clay to make a mold, then melting down the metal and pouring it into a mold. To make a mold, you carve whatever you want to cast out of wax, see? That's what we call a positive. Now, once you got the wax positive, you take some clay, see, and you patch the clay all around the positive. You just leave a little hole at the top so you can get the wax out. So now you got your wax inside the clay. Well, you just heat that sucker up till the wax goes all oozy and you pour the wax out. That's the lost wax part, see? Now you got your empty clay mold, what we call a negative. You smelts down your metal and pours the metal into the negative. Once it hardens up, you can just scrape off the clay, and there you are. Did you get all that?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, that's what your restore button's for, kiddo. Now scrambooch.
The door swings open. From the back, you hear Chester's voice.
Help yourself. I'll be right out.
It's Whittlin' Willie's authentic whittling knife.
Score!
You borrow Whittlin' Willie's knife for a while. You grab a handful of clay from the pile beside the grave. Well, you never know, it could come in handy.
you return.
Yep.
It is good to look upon your eternally smiling countenance of face again.
Yeah, I've missed you too.
Your diploma from the University of Hicksville School of Apothecary Sciences and other good guesses. The old alma mater. What memories. It's a silver medallion recently awarded to Srini by the American Society of Salves, Holistic Ointments, Liniments, and Emollients salesmen. It was in honor of his impressive and yet oddly comforting display of old Gampy's Fisherman Throat Gullet Descaler lozenges.
Score!
You carefully remove the medallion from the wall.
Srini will never miss this.
Freddy Pharkas, what in an entirely unsatisfactory afterlife are you doing with my finely earned silver medallion?
It's going to a good cause, Srini. It's going to help make Coarsegold a safer, saner place to live.
I am hoping so, Freddy, for all the sakes.
With your newly acquired whittling skills, you carve the candle wax into the shape of an ear, one that should theoretically attach snugly to the remains of your original ear. But now look at the gunk on Willie's knife.
I'll toss this knife over here where Willie might find it. He'll probably think he dropped it here.
Yeah, sure. You carefully pack the clay in and around the wax ear, leaving a small opening so that you can pour out the molten wax later. The wax in the mold slowly starts to melt. The melted wax runs out of the mold and spatters on the work table, resulting in an empty ear-shaped mold and a table with a severe case of waxy buildup. The silver medallion slowly begins to melt. The medallion is nearly completely melted now. You now have a crucible containing molten silver. You quickly pour the molten silver into the empty mold. You quickly lick your fingers and pinch out the alcohol lamp's flame. You scrape the clay off and discard it, leaving you with a gleaming silver ear. Beautifully done. With an ear like this, you could, dare I say it, rule the world.
Score!
Your dad unloaded his old vaudeville trunk on you. Not on purpose, though. He didn't know you were standing underneath when he unloaded it off the top of the stagecoach. Ever since then, you've had brief blackouts. But what the hey? Free trunk, right? your old hat and gun-slinging outfit, and, it smells of camphor.
Score!
You take your old gunslinger clothes and your good guy model Stetson hat. You stumbled onto this big old dresser at a moving sale and broke your toe. So rather than pay to have your toe fixed, the owner lets you keep the dresser. In fact, you get all your furniture by accident. It's a claim check for a pair of boots. Your old cowboy boots from the before time. Before the accident. Could it be? That's what you get for not opening this drawer for the past decade.
Score!
You pick up the claim check, your hand trembling with the memory of the last time you wore the boots that you traded for it. That monster, Kenny the Kid, looking down at you and laughing as your ear bled in the hot sun. You put those boots away, never to wear them again. And when you moved to Coarsegold, you sent them to be cleaned and polished. That was years ago. They've probably been lost or thrown away by now.
Mind the store, won't you, Srini? I'm off to uphold justice and stuff.
Okie the dokie.
The sign says, O'Hanahan's Barber Shop. You're certainly happy it's not winter now. When Sal cranks up the heat in this baby, you can smell the memories of hundreds of miners, many of whom are now long dead, or at least smell that way. Sal didn't really want a buffalo head mounted on his wall, but when it ran through the back of the building, he decided to just leave it. This cabinet contains boring tonsorial equipment. You wouldn't care to give this place a white glove inspection, unless you wanted black gloves. This is Salvatore's adjustable barber chair. Somebody ripped off the hand restraints during a tooth extraction. This combination barbershop and dental emporium is under the exclusive proprietorship of Salvatore O'Hanahan, Coarsegold's only Italian-Irish barber. Fletcher Castoria, the town plumber, sits here patiently waiting for his turn in the chair. Got nothing else to do since nobody in Coarsegold has plumbing.
Sal, I'm heading out of town for a while.
But you are doing such a fine job, me lad. Fixing the water supply, putting out the fire. We need you, Freddy.
I know, but now the sheriff and the banker are out to get me. It's not safe for me in town anymore.
Hey, you wanted me to talk to him for you? Maybe Salvatore throw his weight around a little, huh? Maybe bring in a couple of friends, huh?
No. It's not worth the trouble. I'll be back, Sal. And if I'm not, you take care.
Oi, you take care too. You're a fine lad.
Those old boots look vaguely familiar.
Hey, Fletcher, how's the plumbing business?
He doesn't respond. Apparently he's too engrossed in reading the latest copy of the Scoocher Down and Examiner.
Sal, do you still have that pair of boots I dropped off for a shine? I know it's been about 6 years now, but I just remembered I left them here.
Let me see. What's the number on this claim check? Let me look under the counter here.
Yep, still here. Have 'em ready for you next Tuesday.
Oh, never mind. I'll just take them as is.
Don't worry about the storage charges, okay?
With your boots, your clothes, your guns cleaned and loaded, your silver ear, and your lucky neckerchief, you're ready to get dressed and assume your identity as the gun-slinging stranger. You return to your penthouse suite high atop the glittering Pharkas Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Coarsegold. There, Srini greets you and solemnly assists you in the final preening. It's a somber and yet somehow exciting event.
There you are, Freddy Pharkas. You are mostly indeed a picture of stately, mysterious strangeness. Nobody will be positive to recognize you now, at any time or place.
Thanks for your help, Srini. Coarsegold owes you a debt of gratitude it can never repay. If anyone asks, Freddy Pharkas has left town. And if I don't come out of this alive, the pharmacy is yours.
That is of a true generous nature you are displaying, Freddy Pharkas. As for me, I would like to open a pharmacy on the reservation among my people. But whether that is fated to be or not is in the hands of someone who is not I. Luck be with you, Freddy Pharkas. I am proud.
The stage was set for Freddy's Showdown. Wait, did I say slow down? I meant Showdown. No. I did say Showdown, didn't I? I thought I did. Weren't sure. Anywho, now that Freddy was wearing his silver ear thing and his old gunslinging duds, nobody except Srini recognized him. Not even Sadie Aubrey or Penelope knew who he was. They thought Freddy had skipped town, and they thought this new guy was just a handsome, silver-eared stranger who happened to be especially up on his pharmacology. Now, Freddy didn't have a lot of time to lose because things in Coarsegold was getting worser and worser.
The general store looks closed. Maybe it's your keen intuition. Maybe it's that razor-sharp second sense you have. Maybe it's that closed sign on the door that you'd trip over if it were any bigger. A crudely lettered sign reads, Mom's Cafe's done been closed by order of the sheriff. Health code violations is all the reason he needs. You've never seen Chester Field look so downtrodden. Why, he looks like he's lost his best friend. He's wearing a sandwich board upon which has been very hastily scribbled, "We'll polish ears for stagecoach fare." Hoping Chester won't recognize you with your new disguise, you approach him with a friendly smile.
Say, partner, that's a woeful little sign you're carrying there. "We'll polish ears for stagecoach fare." What's the problem? Why so down on your luck?
Well, I'll tell you. Even though I don't usually talk to silver-disguised strangers, there's a man inside who's the best damn poker cheat I've ever seen. I never even knew he was stealing my store till it was all over. You see, I bet everything I owned, including my store, on a queen-high straight flush. And that bastard had a king-high.
Don't feel bad, fella. I would have probably done the same. By the way, did you get this gambler's name?
Name? Sure did. Wheaton Hall's his name. Everybody calls him Aces, and I can see why.
Thanks for your time, and I hope things work out for you. I think I might just pay Mr. Aces a little call.
Good luck to you, stranger, especially if you're going to get in that game.
Thanks. I'm wearing my lucky neckerchief, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah, but are those blood stains there?
Zircon Jim Laffer. Years from now, his brother Ezekiel will sire a son, who will beget Ethan, who will beget Bartholomew, who will beget Lawrence. That's right, he's Leisure Suit Larry's great-great-grandfather.
Howdy, stranger. New in town?
Hi, I sure am, and I'm looking for a hot time. I've been noticing some of your fine coarse gold fillies. I wouldn't mind an introduction. Perhaps you could put in a good word for me with one of them. Of course, I know a lot of you boys gotta pay for your fun, but I figure a guy with my looks and breath, hey, they should be paying me, you know? Right? Right. By the way, my name's Laffer. Zircon Jim Laffer. Don't believe I caught yours.
Oops, I think I smell something burning or something. Catch you later.
Phew, what rock did he crawl out from under?
Sam, what the devil is going on here?
Do I know you?
How could you let this scoundrel swindle people out of their homes and life savings?
And you are?
I'm wait a minute. No, never mind. You don't know me. But the folks of Coarsegold are losing their shirts to this lying, thieving, cheating, low-down, no-good, scum-sucking drifter.
Please, sir, don't talk that way about the saloon's new owner. Yes, well, I just work here now. If you have any complaints or suggestions, feel free to put them in writing. I'll be happy to pass them along to the new management.
It's Ollie Oxenfree, the guy who owns the fig farms on the northern side of Collier Bluff. He's the worst gambler in town. He'll lose the entire North 40 in no time. That's Joe, the guy that had a bad time with old Muff Potter a few years back. He owns a local tourist trap, and trap it is. He trapped a couple of punks in there a few years back, Tom and Becky something or other, and they almost didn't get out. Somebody ought to write a book about it. That's Muff Potter. Nice to see him and Joe getting along again. He owns, or at least he did own until he started gambling today, a huge tract of land along the south side of town where Chinatown used to be. Gambling away his keg and barrel shop is Cooper Coop Cooper. He, his wife, his children, and his parents all work in his barrel shop. He's a Cooper, she's a Cooper. They're all Coopers. Wouldn't you like to be a Cooper too?
Ollie, listen to me. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Don't waste your breath. Ollie needs what little concentration he has just to hang on to his farm a few minutes longer.
You're gambling the tourist center away? Say it ain't so, Joe.
Joe grunts. That's the most you've ever heard him say.
Hey, Muff, don't play with this guy. He cheats.
Muff nods his head in agreement and then returns to playing. Muff's never been too bright.
Hey, Cooper, don't do it. You'll lose everything.
He ignores you. You're spoiling his lack of concentration.
How's the game going, Slick?
Who wants to know?
Just interested.
Well, it's going very nicely, Justin. I've won the deeds to the saloon, the cafe, the school, and several other plots of land. My employer will be pleased. I should have the rest of the town sewn up in just a few minutes.
Who's your employer?
Sorry, that information is covered under the terms of boss hustler privilege.
It appears to be a third hand. So that's how Aces is cheating.
Score! You're cheating. That's a fake left hand. Your real hand is hidden under the table. You've been feeding good cards into your hand and taking away the bad ones.
Why, yes, silver-eared stranger, you're correct. Almost. As you see, I have no cards under the table. I only have this. Now turn around, Silver-Ear. I think I'd rather shoot you in the back, so I don't have to see that ugly face of yours.
He did it! What a manly man! Riverboat gambler in the corner pocket.
Yee-haw!
I could have done that if I'd wanted to. I just didn't feel like it. That's all.
Now, when the townsfolk caught wind of how Aces had been cheating, the sheriff had no choice but to arrest him and return all the deeds. But wouldn't you know, no sooner had one brouhaha died down than another flared up.
Don't go out on the street now, Salvatore. There's a lot of shooting and nastiness going on out there.
Well, thanks for the warning, stranger. Much obliged.
You hand Salvatore your French postcards.
Your customers may not be able to read, Salvatore, but I bet they would enjoy looking at pictures.
Oh, no, they're not interested in... Wait a minute. What in the hell are those girls doing?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it's legal on this side of the Sierra Nevada.
Well, no, your exceptional generosity's got to be reciprocated. Could I be interested in you in a free shave?
No, thank you, Sal.
Then how about a free wisdom tooth extraction?
Oh, no. Mine are already out. Had 'em pulled in the dental department while I was in college. Needed the extra money for tuition.
Okay, well then, let me see. What I got in here that'd be a suitable swap? Aye, there we go. Take this bottle of that newfangled nitrous oxide I got off the Fars Welgo wagon last week. Ain't none of these guys around here wants to be the first man too sissy to stand up to my forceps for a little old tooth pulling.
Why, thank you, Salvatore. Perhaps I can use this in some of my experiments.
Dozens of rowdy cowhands from that cattle drive outside of town who are carelessly firing their guns everywhere and frightening, not to mention killing, the locals. They shout, "Let's stampede the women and rape the cattle!" Luckily, the rowdy cowboys don't notice you from down below.
Let me at those cattle!
A whole fleet of rowdy cowhands seems to have invaded Main Street. They're shooting around indiscriminately. The barbarians. Did they do this just for the fun of it? Or did somebody put them up to it? You can barely see a glint from the nitrous oxide canister. You take careful aim with your pistol and slowly squeeze off a shot. You did it! You shot off the canister's valve.
Score! Yipperoonie! Freddy done made them cowhands laugh themselves to death with a well-placed bullet. Course, he didn't get much time to celebrate. The sheriff and the banker and their unknown employer had figured that the mysterious silver-eared stranger might be just a little too much for them amateur rowdies to handle. So they'd called in some big guns from down south, just as backup, don't you know.
Hey, knock off the sound effects already!
What's that rotten smell? Oh no, it can't be. You recognize that smell from your old days as a lawman. More dangerous than Jesse James. Meaner than Johnny Ringo. Deadlier than William Money. More fun at cocktail parties than Rooster Cogburn. It's the legendary Lever Brothers.
Yep, it's us, handsome silver-eared stranger.
And we're here to put you 6 feet under.
Under what?
Your fervent prayer is that your few minutes of target practice with Srini will be sufficient preparation for odds like this.
With his refurbished shooting skills, Freddy was able to blast the Lever Brothers to smithereens. Now, with those varmints out of the way, Freddy figured that was the end of the story, that somehow the Lever Brothers was responsible for everything that had been going on in town. But Freddy was wrong. The Lever Brothers had been hired for the task of getting rid of Freddy by whomever had hired the cowhands, and whomever was in cahoots with Sheriff Shift and pH Balance. And no sooner had Freddy's guns stopped smoking than he heard a familiar twang and a few chords of someone's theme music.
What was that? Could it be? No. What would he be doing way out here in the middle of nowhere? You haven't heard that chord in years, and yet here it is again. Strangely recognizable after all this time. In your heart you know it must be him. And yet... How did he find you? Will he be fooled by your disguise? Does he still eat paste?
Kid, I want you out of town by sundown.
Well, sure, stranger. I'll be riding out of town well before sundown, leaving your sorry carcass for the buzzards to pick apart.
Will not.
Will too.
Not.
Two.
N-E. I refuse to play this juvenile word game with you.
I refuse to play this juvenile word game with you.
What are you doing now, repeating everything I say?
What are you doing now, repeating everything I say?
So that's why they call you Kenny the Kid. Because you are nothing but an immature little child, an anal retentive case of arrested development, with an unresolved edible complex and probably codependent to boot. You were a punk when I faced you back in St. Louis, and you're still a punk. Say your prayers, outlaw.
Say your prayers, outlaw.
Now, cut that out.
St. Louis? I didn't know anybody with a silver ear in St. Louis, yet somehow you seem vaguely familiar.
Maybe we'll have time to compare yearbook photos. In hell!
Kenny looks down at you with pure, undisguised malice and disgust.
Well, Mr. Big Shot Gunslinger, looks to me like your bark was worse than your bite. Wait till I tell the boss how easy I whooped your butt, you sorry excuse for a hero. Now die here in the dirt like the puny little pig you are. See you in hell, pal.
And as the blood runs from your body, so do your hopes of saving Coarsegold and achieving legendary Western hero status.
Well, you gots to admit the feller died trying to defend his town. Now we all had to leave town or get shot up anyways, so it's not as if Freddy done any real good, but it were still exciting to have him around for a while. I guess that story didn't end so good. Let me see. Have I told you the one about the traveling band uniform salesman and the librarian? Well, it seems there was this trouble in River City, and they had this pool table, and...
Maybe we'll have time to compare yearbook photos. In hell!
Well, you may have knocked the gun out of my hand, hero, but you couldn't stop me from hitting you anyway. Sorry I got a mite sloppy when I pierced your ear. Looks like you'll bleed to death in a few seconds. Guess now I can tell Penelope that you won't be interfering with her plans anymore.
Penelope?
What did he say? Your head's swimming, but you're sure he said Penelope. Could it be her? Could she be the cause of all this?
Score!
You weakly pull the neckerchief from around your neck.
Score!
You place your lucky neckerchief on your ear and press on it to staunch the flow of blood. With your last remaining ounce of strength, you pull yourself up and stumble off towards the schoolhouse to see Penelope.
Penelope. Penelope the sweet. Penelope, my beloved. Penelope, The traitor!
Freddy dragged his bleeding self over to the schoolhouse. The anger and hurt was just ripping at his gut like a swarm of botflies on roadkill. Only worse, 'cause Freddy, unlike roadkill, was still alive. The schoolhouse door was unlocked for once, and Freddy walked right on in. When Freddy stepped inside, Penelope was standing at the desk, packing in a hurry. She didn't even notice him come in. Gazing at her like that, Freddy saw her for the conniving snake in the grass she really was. All the bitter hurt and betrayal and rage was too much for Freddy to hold down. It churned around inside of him and finally welled up, bubbling to the surface in a furious storm of outrage.
Hey, Penelope, what gives?
Oh, why, it's you. The silver handsome-eared stranger.
Handsome silver-eared stranger, you mean?
Oh, right. I thought Kenny had taken care of you.
Are you kidding? He did just the opposite. He hurt me. Just look at my ear.
Why, you poor man. You poor, brave cowboy. You're wounded. Here, allow me to tear a strip off my undergarment.
Penelope slowly moved her hands up to her bodice and began to carefully unbutton it, one button at a time, staring straight into Freddy's eyes.
You know, ever since I saw you capture that big, bad gambler at the saloon, I've been thinking about you. Thinking about how I wanted you.
She slowly slipped her hands under the fabric.
Could this be my Penelope? Is it hot in here? Or is it just me? And what's with all this echo?
Thinking about how I needed you.
And before Freddy knew it, Penelope yanked a derringer from her bosom and aimed it at him.
Dead, that is. Drop him, gunslinger! Now!
You resignedly unbuckle your holsters, letting your gun slip to the floor. Penelope appears to relax a little, but her finger is still on the trigger of the derringer. Looks like she might shoot at any moment.
Score!
You grab the slate and whip it around just in the nick of time. As you bend down to pick up your gun belt, Penelope hurls the derringer straight at your head.
Before I kill you, Mr. Gunslinging Stranger Hero type, let's just find out who you really are behind that silver ear.
Freddy, you?
Yes, it's me!
No. Yes, it is I.
Boy, you can take the wicked, villainous, hoodwinking, double-crossing, lying slut out of the schoolteacher, but you can't take the schoolteacher out of the wicked, villainous, hoodwinking, double-crossing, lying slut. Why, Penelope? Why? Why on earth have you done all this?
Oh, I may as well tell you, you little runt. You know too much for me to let you live. Now, all right, here goes. I had just finished my education back in western Pennsylvania at the local Meadville Normal School when I saw a small ad on a school bulletin board seeking teachers for a, quote, lovely little village way out west nestled high in the Sierra Nevada mountains. I wrote a letter of inquiry and was offered the position by the Coarsegold Board of Education. They even sent me stagecoach fare. Soon after my arrival, which you saw in the prologue, I believe. Am I boring you? Oh, good. I noticed the oily swamp behind the schoolhouse. Being a good Pennsylvania oil country girl, I grasped immediately that Coarsegold was literally oozing money. But I could never afford to buy mineral rights on the meager pittance they pay a single, unwed female teacher, so I made a little arrangement with Mr. Balance. He foreclosed whichever mortgages he could and convinced Sheriff Shift to shut down everyone else. Balance would get the land and buildings for a song and give me the mineral rights I wanted, as long as I gave him what he wanted.
But Penelope, you seem to be such a sweet, innocent young woman. How could you be such a sleazebag?
Well, it had to be me, Freddy, don't you see? It's always the person you least suspect.
Well, I didn't suspect Srini. Couldn't it have been him?
Well, it's a little late for that now.
Wait! I really didn't suspect me.
Well, if it's you, then I'm doing the town a favor by disposing of you, aren't I? Oh, kill me.
Penelope eyes the lantern sitting on the newel post.
Oops! How clumsy of me! Oh well, Coarsegold won't be needing a schoolhouse anyway.
Wait, there were a lot of other people I didn't suspect.
You scooch the chair closer and closer to your precious silver ear and just manage to snag it.
Score!
Smart thinking. You frantically give the silver ear a few quick rubs on the stone floor. In a trice, the silver ear gets a sharp edge, ragged and rough, but sharp enough to be dangerous. You manage to slice into the ropes with the sharpened silver ear.
Score!
Justice will be done, madam.
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have wasted my time packing those student folders. I shall allow you to choose the manner of your demise.
Say what?
Oopsie. Sorry, you took too long to decide.
Penelope grabs one of the swords off the Civil War display above the blackboard.
Score!
Oh, dear, I wonder, did I forget to mention downstairs that Meadville Normal had the nation's first female fencing team? On guard. Curses, you foiled me!
It's not a foil, it's a saber. A foil is straight and has two sharp edges, unless it's the smaller French foil, which is dull and is used chiefly for thrusting. A saber, like this one, is curved and has one sharp edge. As a teacher and a member of the fencing team, you of all people should have known that.
Oh no. Foil defeated and corrected. Now I really feel bad.
And thank God for my high school intramural sports program. Otherwise, I'd be fettuccine Alfredo by now.
Score!
Hey, it's You! I recognize you now from the old neighborhood. Freddy something.
Good to see you again, Kenny. I hope I didn't hurt your hand out there in the street.
Whoa, that was you out there? I didn't recognize you. Have you done something with your hair?
No, not my hair, Kenny, but this.
Hurling your sharpened ear like a Chinese throwing star, you whip it at Kenny, catching him right in the throat.
Yes, sir, by gum, by cracky. With his one good ear all mangled and grody, Freddy managed to leap from the schoolhouse just seconds before it went up in the biggest conflagration Coarsegold had ever seen. The truth came out about Penelope and how she'd been plotting to buy up all the oil rights. There was no earthly way she could have survived the blast. Still, it were curious how they never recovered her body. Sheriff Shift and P.H. Balance were run out of town on a rail. The townsfolk leased the oil rights to some big developers. Soon everybody was rolling in dough, sprucing up the town and revitalizing Coarsegold. Me, I eventually found my whittling knife, all gunked up. I don't remember dropping it. Must have had a spell of stupidity or something. And as for Freddy, well, he made himself another couple of silver prosthesii. One to replace the ear that Kenny just shot off, and one to replace the silver ear that ended up fatally lodged in Kenny's neck. What with all the fuss, Freddy was able to keep his gunslinging identity a secret. And it were a good thing, too, 'cause Freddy's adventures was far from over. But that little nipper is another story. Now, get off my lap. You're starting to compact my vitals.
Now the whole town still remembers how the old schoolhouse was blown to embers, though Miss Prim's body was never ever found. Since the sheriff and the banker made the folks of Coarsegold red with anger, they tarred and feathered and ran 'em out of town. And Serene, he became an ordinary Rexall TP shaman down on the Pecos where engine hearts still burn. While the townsfolk safe from danger talk about that silver earlobe stranger. Where did he come from and when will he return? Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas. Black gold fields were his legacy. Freddy Pharkas, Freddy Pharkas. Peerless, earless, and free.
Why, Penelope? Why? Why on earth have you done all this?
I suppose I can tell you. You know too much already, so I can never let you live. I had just finished my education back in western Pennsylvania at the local Meadville... Oh, wait a second, Josh, can I ask you a question?
Cut!
Shelley, how many times do we have to do this damn scene?
It's just that... I don't understand my motivation for this speech.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, why would Penelope reveal all this to Freddy? Why doesn't she just kill him and get on with it, for crying out loud?
Just do it, all right? I want to get home tonight. Look, I've got people coming in from the coast.
This is about acting, Gil. You wouldn't know anything about that.
Shell, it's just a plot device so that the audience understands what's going on. Otherwise, we leave a lot of unanswered questions.
Oh, can't we just put it in the manual instead, Joshy, sweetie, booby, honey? It's just so dull.
No, they might read it before they finish the game. Ready to take it again?
All right, fine, I suppose.
And action! Ow!
Oh, God.
You hit me again. No. You really hit me.
Cut!
Yes, I'm cut, and I'm bleeding too.
I hope it's serious, you little wimp.
Excuse me, can I say something here? I am gonna sue. This is what happened to Margaret Hamilton, you know.
Where are you bleeding?
My finger.
You'll never pick his ear with that finger again.
Oh, you just shut up, Miss Thing. This is all your fault, you know.
Can you suffer through one more take, Gil?
Oh, sure, Josho. And I'll just bleed to death. But you'll have your game. That's what you want, isn't it? That's what you really want. That's all this is about. You. All right. Come on. Let's do it. What are we waiting for? Come on, people. Let's go. All right. Come on. Let's do it. What are we waiting for? Come on, people. Let's go. We're losing the light.
Gil, use the pain. Directed at Shelley.
All right.
Oh, my formal fellow, I am but a weary traveler from a land far, far away.
Cut!
What was wrong with that?
The accent slipped, babe.
Good.
I didn't hear any Italian creeping in. I thought it was pretty good.
You don't like my accent? You call my agent. I can't work under these conditions. I'm going to my trailer.
Antonio, don't walk on the ants!
Ants? Ha! That's what I think of your lousy ants.
Mike, get Antonio's agent on the phone. Steve, get the rest of the programmers down here. Gil, take 5.
Double, stunt double. Hey, I said stunt double. I'm not gonna do this jump myself. I could break my neck. I'm going to my trailer.
Gil, just do it.
Oh, yeah, right. Like that's in my contract. My stunt double is supposed to handle this.
She can't. She quit yesterday.
Oh, really? Why?
People, work with me here. Huh? I'm sensing reluctance. Now, please, just do the jump before we lose the assay set, all right?
Oh, honey, doesn't this scene take place at night?
Well, we're shooting day for night. It's cheaper. The artists will fix it in post-production.
Oh, I see.
Off the set, Millie!
Oh, but I wanted to watch Gil break his neck.
Get out! He's nervous enough about doing the scene without you watching him. Ready, Gil?
This is ridiculous. I swear, I will sue if something goes wrong. This is what happened to Margaret Hamilton, you know.
Just do it. And action!
Ow! Workers' comp! Workers' comp!
Cut!